and so on. Quite recently, and ESN International is really like encouraging other like all the NOs, national organizations, to make their own. ESN International has, for example, their own that they made the first one 3 years ago, and now they're like drafting another one. So basically, in an association, you have action plan for the 1 year. What are the things that you're gonna do, what you want to do, and so on. So that's usually just for the 1 year. But why do we need a 3-year one? Why is not action plan enough? So basically, it's like only for the 1 year and so on. So you really just focus on the stuff that happens during that 1 year. So in order to have this kind of like long-term planning and so on, we need like bigger plan that like we can use. Like we will still have like action plans every year, but then we have this like bigger 3-year plan and so on. It like allows for better planning, so we can put stuff there and so on. Oh yeah, not yet that. So basically what I want from this mini session is that like we will start, like the national board will start like drafting this 3-year action plan and so on. But like we want your, yes, we want your,
No, you are just breathing so loudly, so I put it a bit more down. Yep.
So, what was I saying? Yes, the national board will start like drafting the 3-year action plan. Hopefully, we'll present at the NA in the spring and so on. But we want, of course, like your like ideas and opinions as well. So it's just something like get some ideas from you, and we can start drafting based on these ideas if you have something, because it's always good to have the the section point of view and so on. So basically, I wanted to have this kind of like emotional, motivational, like little exercise here and so on, because then it all comes back to the values and reasons why we joined ESN in the first place. What do we want to establish with ESN? So you can think about this like amongst yourselves, like tell your friend next to you for like you have 1 minute to tell your friend why did you join ESN and why is ESN the best. Like really get this all excited kind of motivational thing going on. Please talk. I can see you're not talking. Let's stop the discussion.
Time out.
Guys, action.
I'll tell later.
Thank you. So, does somebody want to share, just like this really like motivational, like ESN stuff, nothing negative? Yes, Yannick.
So the first time I was in touch with ESN was when I went to NA Aurora, because someone else was sick, and so a friend of mine asked if I would come with him. And then I was so inspired by this international community of people that tries to improve integration and internationalization, and I want to be a part of that, and that's why I joined our local board.
Thank you, Yannick. Really good answer. Somebody else want to share something?
My answer is a little more simple. I joined because I went to an ESN event. I think it was Finnish evening for us, and I just really liked everybody there. I found everybody really relatable. So I joined just because I like the people.
Thank you. One more answer. or maybe 2.
Yeah, this one is simple. A friend took me to a ESN Uniturku hangout, and I had fun there, and actually later became more interested about the international stuff and the vision of the ESN.
Thank you, Onni.
So are you talking about going to a previous NA and being interested? Well, I'm here at this NA and I'm interested after meeting so many people. I think it's been really interesting to see such a community that I didn't even know was so big in Finland, and it really got me interested in joining ESN.
I'm glad to hear that. All right, so basically, what I'm gathering here is that, the environment, the people, and so on. And going to events and meeting other people really inspires you, and so on. And I guess you all, we have gotten a chance to be here, and you want to give the chances to other people, to join ESN, be an ESN, and so on. So, yeah, I'm breathing really loud.
That's why I put the microphone level down.
Yeah. When I get excited, I start doing that. So basically, what the content of the 3-year action plan will be, it will be we will define the mission of ESN Finland, the vision for ESN Finland, and the values. Well, they come from Erasmus Student Network, anyways. And the priorities, what do we want to focus on as ESN Finland network, and so on. What are the things that we think are important that we want to put more effort into, and what kind of effort, and so on. And based on these priorities, then we can make plans for them, how to make them actually happen, and so on. So vision. So basically, that's the act of power of imagination. I looked this from a dictionary. I think it's a really good definition for that. So what do you want? What's your dream with ESN? When you think about ESN in 3 years' time, for example, what kind of ESN would you like to have? For all the sections, ESN Finland and so on. Just go crazy with your dreams. I always think it's better to dream big than not. What happens? Just go crazy with your dreams and so on. So, exercise will be, I have books. These papers, there's students, for example. I kind of to make this a bit easier, I kind of chose some kind of priorities already that I want to get your input on. So students, structure and sections and other stuff that comes up and so on. And as you can see, there are these little post-it notes and so on. You can also just write, but you can write to the post-it notes as well and put them here. So what do you think that what kind of how could we better help the students that we have here? What kind of structure would we need to have even better ESN Finland network? What kind of sections do we want? Do we want more, or do we want more quality, or anything that comes to your mind and so on? And then the other stuff that comes up. So go around and write stuff. Then we can go through them together. You have 15 minutes for this.
Yes, just 20 minutes left for the whole session.
Yep.
If you think you can.
Let's say 10 minutes. It's really hard to start this focus. I'm getting so tired. I'm making this noise on. Wow, wow.
Both hands.
Yeah, this works way better in ESN. Yeah, nice. All right, can you turn off the music?
I thought you said you wanted it.
Ah, yeah, sorry. No, it's nice.
Okay.
So we had this like just a little exercise, to start with something. So then we can go through what we have. So first, well, for example, we have the students here, and when I'm reading this, there's, for example, more partnerships to benefit the students, focus on integration, more students aware of ESN benefits, marketing ESN, and so on. Good stuff. And then we have sections here. I see a lot of stuff about ESN Lahti. That's good. Yeah. And also like more about like cooperation between sections. And there's actually a lot of them, so you can think, hey, all of you want section cooperation, so cooperate, do stuff together, and so on. And then we have structure here. So expansion, position guides, increasing awareness of ESN Finland, and position help, and so on. And then we have the other here, and the other is code of conduct update. More community and respecting others who have different opinions. That's good. Online group trainings for new board members. Sustainability, better use of shared Google Drives, and change from only place for internationals to support for other organizations as well. Right, yes. So good stuff. And I'm really happy because people seem to, have really similar kind of opinions and so on. So we have this good senses about where we want to take ESN Finland network. But yeah, this was just a little exercise. Based on these little things, we start working on this as the national board, and we will, consult you even more during the process and so on. So you can actually influence the stuff we put there, and then we can have this actual, plans of action how to put these things into place. So yes, thank you for this.
That was it. Okay.
Nice girl.
All right, thank you, Tia. You get some extra chocolate because you were so on time. You get one of each. All right. Next up, we have also Tia and Daniela. They will do the code of conduct. Kind of a small session. I guess they will explain what it's all about.
Do you want a mic as well? Yeah. So we have been speaking about the code of conduct a lot during this weekend and so on. So we decided to have this little session to talk about it a bit more and so on. Oh yeah. So Daniela, you can maybe explain about the history of code of conduct and so on.
Yes. Basically, also, if I remember correctly, Mia can correct me if I remember wrong, but also before this, we actually had another code of conduct document, because the current one is at least our second, or it's an updated version of a document that existed before. But the current one was created by a working group that consisted of actually me and Mia, and also Claudia and Saimi back then. And the idea then was that we, also at that point, 2019-2020, we felt that the previous edition needed some updates. So we created this working group to update it a bit and bring some, I remember it was especially the part of different kind of discriminations and the points of contact that were the main points that we wanted to update back then. And it was approved at an NP online one in 2020. And this is just very briefly about the aim of code of conduct, which we also have presented earlier. But it's basically it is this document that we have to ensure that everyone in ESN Finland can feel that we have a safe and inclusive working environment, and that we have a tool that in case something happens, we have some kind of structure or way to act. And at the moment, those ways of acting are mainly, first place, the incident form, which Mia also showed you yesterday, and which you can find from ESN Finland's webpage, where you can anonymously report violations that you have either witnessed or experienced, or then you can also directly contact the arbitration board. However, we feel at the moment that we have a clear way up to this point, but then it's kind of question mark or gray zone that what happens once something has been reported, how should the arbitration boards or the people receiving the report or the issue act, and what could be the possible consequences.
Yes, so we want to take this, code of conduct, it's a good document and so on, but we want to take it a bit further, how to develop it better and so on. So basically in a lot of Finnish organizations and so on, there is this concept called turvallisemman tilan periaatteet. I was trying to find if any of them have it in English. They do not, so I'm just freely translating it into safer space principles, or would it then be principles for a safer space, but maybe you get the idea, the name, and so on. And I've come across to this, for example, in Alliance and United Nations Youth Students and so on. And the approach with that is let's say more positive approach, not say because the code of conduct has a bit more we do not tolerate, harassment or anything like that. So the safer space principles is more about what kind of principles should we have so everybody feels a bit safer when they're at ESN Finland events and so on. And we can make it fit our own reality of ESN Finland events and so on. But from other organizations, there are principles what they have is for example, let's say the respecting other people, and trying to make sure that they also have a good experience and so on. So for example, not being late to plenaries and listening when somebody's speaking and that kind of stuff. No assumptions, meaning that when you're talking to people, don't assume that, for example, they have similar kind of background as you do, similar kind of experiences. Don't assume that, for example, anybody's sexuality or something like that. And encouraging, so this is something also that when we are here, we have some newbies here, we have some experienced people, so we should also have this encouraging positive attitude, have this atmosphere that it's okay to ask questions, and we see that somebody is maybe not understanding the whole concept, trying to explain to them and so on. This is really, really important. I remember when I was at my first AGM back in 2019 in Costa Brava in Spain. I had been in ESN for less than a year, and I went there, and then I had this really experienced ESNer sitting next to me, and he was explaining the whole the background, because I was okay, so why do not these countries want to vote for these kind of things? And he was explaining the whole context behind that. So you need these kind of people who give that information to you and give back to the community. And just relax is basically a good principle. So it's you're allowed to be, make mistakes and, question stuff and so on. It's okay, we're all just humans.
Before, we will in a while go into working on some questions, but before that we could actually, if you see it, you can show the current code of conduct document. I can just briefly go through so you, in case you are not aware what the current document states. I believe we have already talked about the aim, so we can go a bit below. This was mentioned yesterday, but I think it's again a good point to point out that in some of US sections might have your own code of conducts, and in that case those are the ones that applies in first place. However, if you don't have an existing code of conduct yourself, it actually states that ESN Finland's code of conduct also applies to your local level. And yeah, this basically just says that the code of conduct involves all kind of activities and matters of ESN Finland, so also including, for instance, online activities and when you go out abroad to represent ESN Finland. Yes, Yannick.
I have a quick comment on section number 2.
Yes.
Yeah, just if you could scroll back up, it says all meetings and events, both organized for the members of the section of ESN Finland and for the international students. But what about the Finnish students?
There are events for them too.
Yeah, we organize events and the
They
Finnish
should
students can
apply
join
to them too, even if they aren't our member.
Mm-hmm.
If they come to it, that's
But
what it's saying.
maybe you could like note that down somewhere so that can be up there as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's a good comment indeed. Thank you. Yes, thank you for that one.
Yeah.
Good one. Onni, please.
Thank you. I was just thinking that what if the national level code of conduct and the local level code of conduct kind of like contradict each other, which will like override. If this scenario is even possible.
Then it's the local one that goes first, because it's also the code of conduct is not. It's not it's not as an official document as, for instance, the statutes and standing orders. It's more basically guidelines that we have, and they are on different levels. So some sections might have wanted to. I know, for instance, ESN Vasa has their own. Because back then we wanted to implement it more to actually fit the local events we did in ESN Vasa, while and in that case I don't think it violates the national one, but in case there would be, then it's in first place like the local one and then the national. And actually I think a good point to mention in this at this point is also that actually ESN International also has a code of conduct on the international level. And that one is also currently under work and going to be updated. Actually going to be voted on during the General Assembly, which is taking place soon-ish, maybe in a month. So it's also probably a document that the National Board will share with you, with the sections, and also consult you on. I haven't personally seen that document yet, but I have understood that it's the aim behind that international one is that they want to also make it fit the whole ESN and be more on an individual approach for an individual ESNer and not like specified on NOs or sections. But yes, we can go further in the document. Thank you. So yesterday it was also some question, I believe, about different kind of examples what could be a code of conduct violation. So here are some of those listed. Gender, sexual identity-based discrimination, race or ethnicity-based discrimination, age-based, ability or knowledge, related to a bit what Tia said, that maybe oldies know things that don't newbies know in ESN, or also other examples, discrimination based on education, socioeconomic background or religious beliefs, sexual harassment, and bullying. So, and as you see, these are examples. They don't say that it's not limited by, so it can also be other things than the things mentioned here. We can continue. Yes. Yeah, I think we can go on. So this is maybe still a point that we want to clarify from yesterday. That yes, there is this, and then the arbitration board and the report system on the website where you can report anonymously to the arbitration board. But for all national events, so for instance for all national assemblies, also for FinSites if we organize those, and for POPs, it's also stated that there should be 2 persons from the organizers, usually from the OC or from the chairing team or from the NB, who are the points of contact during that specific event. So people that you can actually approach on spot in case something happens. So like me and Mia have been during this NA, for instance. Yes. I I think those were the main points that is important to highlight at this moment. Do you have any questions or something that feels still unclear to you
16.
in regards to the code of conduct, the current one?
Never want to write those kind of things to official documents because you have to change it from section to section.
If not, if I can ask CET to go back to the presentation and the slide with the 3 questions. Thank you so much. So now we want to, can I also ask how much time do we have left for this session? Nice. So then let's say that we take 7 minutes. I know it's short time, but we work with time management here today, right? So we divide ourselves into 3 groups. Each group will get one of these questions, and you should just brainstorm some first ideas that you get in regards to these questions. So let's make this somehow. So if this is the first group, and I believe that maybe also you 3 over here can come to this first group, and you will have the question about brainstorming about guidelines for good behavior. So basically what Pia mentioned before about this turvallisemman tilan periaate, like what could be our similar thing in ESN, what could we state about behavior we want to emphasize in ESN. Then we can have these 2 tables
There was a timer.
discussing the second questions. So in case there is a code of conduct violation, what do you think could be good steps for investigation? Like what could, in your opinion, be good general advice for how to proceed with that? What should the persons receiving the violation do? So something that comes to your mind. And then we have one last group here that is supposed to think about consequences for people who have done a code of conduct violations. Do you think we should state something about consequences? Do you don't think we should mention anything like that? If we should, what could be examples of consequences? Yes, great. Of course, we don't expect you but that can be then maybe one thing that you state down that it should be. Just general ideas that comes to your mind when it in terms of consequences for violations. So let's take some minutes for this. If you need paper, I have.
Following the code of conduct.
Do you need paper?
If you need to see the time,
I didn't see that one.
I just
Why
put it.
didn't I see that one?
I put it only 1 minute ago.
Aha, then it makes sense why I didn't see it earlier.
Because I'm reading something else, so I can sacrifice my laptop.
And it's totally okay if you haven't finished a lot. As we said, this is just the beginning of the brainstorming, and we will continue the process later. But now we would just want to hear from each group what you have come up with so far. So maybe is there some volunteer from the first group who feel like presenting?
I've been
Emma.
voluntold.
Emma.
Yeah. Okay. So in regards, thank you. So in regards to the first point of good behavior, it's important that you both say what not to do as well as what you should do. So I think a lot of the code of conduct says like, don't discriminate, don't do this, but what are the positive actions? So we talked about respecting boundaries, respecting different opinions, appreciating other people's work, listening to other people's voices, appreciating critique, being willing to learn, work towards the same goals, things like that.
Thank you so much. And if you don't mind sharing your notes, Tia or Mia, we're also happy to take them so we can save them for later. Going on to the following group. Do we have a volunteer?
I have the text, so I can read it. Yeah, so the steps for investigating, we were talking about that every section should have at least like 2 contact persons for harassment situations, so that if it happens that one of them is, happens to be part of a situation, then, they obviously can't solve it themselves. Yeah, so to like ensure impartiality, and that the contact persons should have some kind of training for their position. And then if a case can be solved locally, then it should be solved that way. But if it can't, then it should be like forwarded to the national level, and it should be like reported to the arbitration board regardless, like for statistical reasons even. And of course you should always hear all parties of the situation, and then like we didn't really get to the part where like you actually try to kind of solve the situation that much, but these kinds of thoughts arose.
Thank you. Great input as well. Then we have the final group.
So for answering the last question, there should be consequences. Well, of course, we agree that yes, there should be consequences, but it differs according to the violation and also the degree and the situation and the time, the place. So it could differentiate between pointing out and providing information. Sometimes people make mistakes coming from different countries or cultures, newbie. So if we find that they lack information, so we should provide information and ask them not doing that after that, and giving advices. And going to warnings, if we call it polite, consequences, or warning with a serious talk, like you would be kicked out or excluded from the, and or just if we like proved someone like harassed someone in a sexual way, for example, then it's totally clear. So there is nothing except being excluded for going bigger, like anniversary report. I don't know what is bigger like than exclusion and then university report or the police, and we discussed it like if we are going to the police, so we need the victim to agree that it's okay to go to the police, and it's complicated somehow at this point, and there should be like a communication between the local section and the national one regarding these serious violations, and maybe discussing about what is the best consequence should be taken for a specific violation.
Thank you so much. Also, if you don't mind sharing your notes, we are happy to take them. Do I have? No, we don't have minutes left. But yes, we know that these are not easy questions, but we believe that they are very important. And it has also been great to see your interest during this, and that it's also questions that you seem to care about and are willing to work on. So we will take it further with the national board and with the arbitration board. Maybe, I don't know, it can even be in the future it's possible to create a new working group where you can also involve people from sections who are interested, and let's see how we can take this further. But thank you for this.
Yes, thank you. You did finish on time. You can take some chocolate if you'd like. Yes. Actually, you seem to have more minutes than I calculated. Okay.
Just we have the appreciation, like people seem to believe in us.
Yes. And finally, we will have a little appreciation round. So I would like to ask the OC to come in front of the screen. And then...
Can you get a big applause for the people who already left and who are leaving right now?
Maria. But if you have to go, like, that's why you want to close. Run out.
Can't you wait 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
reserved half an hour, but I don't think we need that much. have even had the chance to think about it in the CT. So it's been very smooth, and that has allowed us to also be very nice and on time with the agenda and everything else in terms of preparations. And it's very nice to have this many coffee breaks, for instance, as well. So very nice. So we bought for the OC a little bit to enjoy after the NA. And it's local from Jyväskylä.
Yeah, it's Panda.
Yes. Yes, and we would also like to thank the NB for the collaboration with this event. It has worked quite smoothly, I would say, with everything, and you had very realistic expectations for the agenda, so we've had quite a loose agenda in this NA, which is in that sense nice. Usually the NB likes to have so many things on the agenda that it's difficult to fit, but this time it has been quite nice, and I think also participants can really appreciate the content of this NA. And thank you for my CT as well. I already told Zahid yesterday that I've never had this good of a technical chair before, that usually I have to help the technical chair, but Zahid has already been doing everything so independently that I haven't even had to think about the technical chairing, which is very nice for a technical chair to be. And Mia has been very good at writing minutes. I'm a bit surprised how quick she's actually writing, might be quicker than me even. So thank you for my chairing team. And thank you for the participants for mostly being on time. It's been good and allowing us to move swiftly with the agenda. And it's been nice to know some of you. Unfortunately, there's never enough time to learn to know everyone. But hope to see you in the next NAs.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
We would like to thank the chairing team as well. Small tokens of appreciation.
I hope not the whole bag.
Okay, so here we have non-alcoholic Ruusunen sparkling wine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, everyone gets their own. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And also for Daniela.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to thank Daniel.
You can
I think so.
add, probably.
Yeah, like on behalf of National Board, thank you, CT. Like, it's like truly a pleasure, a privilege to have it to experience ESNers like coming to these events and becoming the chairing team and so on. It helps a lot, and it's sometimes even hard to to put it in the words how much we appreciate that. So we are trying to give you better gifts and to show the appreciation and so on. So yes, thank you so much. And also for Daniela, being here, her third mandate as a national training coordinator, and planning all the workshops and helping us the trainers there and so on. It's it's important work.
If it's okay to add, because oh my god, I forgot about Daniela. It's I kind of included her in the appreciation of the NB, but she deserves a separate appreciation that all this training content here. And also thanks for the trainers. I heard some good feedback already from some participants, so they were really appreciated.
Yes, thank you for trainers, Yannick. Great job having a workshop here, and Daniela, and well, also thank me. But yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah. We also have this, by the way. I think I forgot to introduce this. This is custom in ESN. When you have an event and there's an OC, you give them an ESN flag, and then all the participants will, write their thank yous and little notes. And this is for you. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you
so much all for coming, for surviving the 3 days with us. Thank you, National Board, for joining, enjoying it, relaxing also a little bit. Thank you, CT, for doing an amazing job. Everything went super smoothly, everything made sense, and that's I think, is the most important. Thank you, Daniel and Yannick, for the workshops, because I heard just good things, and I hope I will hear more later on. I would like to thank my team. We are not all here, namely Lauri L, Eleni, me, Teresa, Valtteri. Valtteri wasn't here because he was on Baltic countries, but he was doing things behind before. Quinn, El Medina, Linda, then we have Lauri B, Sion, and Jule who got sick. Yeah. And Tom. And Tom and Alexandra, yes, who are not here also. Yes, I'm sorry. But yeah, thank you very much. I hope you had fun, that you got inspired in different ways, either about organizing an NA, or just going to more NAs, or doing other like section stuff together. That would be amazing. I heard some sparks here before, yesterday especially, so I hope it's going well. And yes, just please keep coming, keep going, just like enjoy these things, because we are doing it to one each other as a sections. So appreciate it as it is, that we can do it again after COVID and everything. And I hope to see you all in NEP, other international events, national events, or if you just stop by in Jyväskylä, then just let us know. We'd like to see you again. Thank you.
I would also like to thank my national board. Well, we are only 4, and at the moment it's only Onni and me here. And Daria had to leave it earlier because she lives so far away, all the way in the north and so on. But thank you, Onni and Daria.
Thank you, Tia.
This is like, yeah, thanks. This is the Finnish way of showing love and so on, So yes, I don't know what to say, but thanks for being my national board.
Maybe the OC could hold the flag and we can take a picture.
Yeah. Do we have space here? Let's make space. Let's take space.
And all just take pictures first. Sends to the group.
Halloween.
Okay, good. And Elvie and Daniela and CT, we can all join with them for a picture.
I actually wanted to say something. But I cannot go. And yes, I also wanted to say my thank you.
Yeah.
Picture and then I can see. Try yes. I can do your picture.
Or not? Okay.
I get further.
Everyone wants to be in control.
Yeah, perfect. Alright. Smile. Cheese. There we go.
Thank you.
I know it sounded like.
Yes.
Daniela. Yes.
Yes, I also want to thank, in first place, the amazing OC. I also really second what Tony already said, that it has been, also for me it has felt like, I remember in the first call I joined with you, I also was like, I was about to say something that, we should book 2 parallel smaller rooms for the workshops, and we already have 2 smaller rooms booked for 2 hours both days, and it has also really felt like everything has been so easy with you, so it has been really a pleasure to cooperate with you both before the event and also now during the event. And you have also, what I think is really important to highlight, is that you have also, I have I have been in OCs myself. I know how stressful and tiring it might be, and how upset you might be inside sometimes when you do the OC. But I have never at any point seen any of you even looking tired or angry or upset, even though I'm pretty sure you have been behind the scenes. So that's also really a nice thing that to see that you have been so friendly and polite and helpful during the whole event. So really thank you to you for that. Thank you to the NB for also, I usually say this in every NA, but I know from my colleagues in other countries that it's in fact not very common to be able to include this many workshops in the agenda, because the NB usually has more of the formal topics or sessions that they want to prioritize during NAs. So I'm also really grateful that you realize the value of workshops and that you allow them to happen for every NA. Thank you to the city also for extremely smooth cooperation with everything regarding agenda and other things. I knew also from the moment I saw that you had been elected that it wouldn't be any problem, and that I was like, yeah, seating will work just fine. So thank you for great cooperation also with everything agenda-wise and other stuff. Thank you to Tia and Yannick for stepping up and facilitating workshops. I'm also really grateful to that, because I can't, I can't either facilitate parallel workshops myself, both twice at the same time. So and since we also struggle with HR, I'm really grateful that you also helped out with this. Thank you to all the participants for being so active both during the workshops and the sessions. It's really nice to also see the spirit, and that to see that we are getting more and more back to real ESN life after the pandemic time, and that to see that you are interested in these things that we discuss, and that you want to learn and want to take ESN Finland further. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone have anything to add still? If not, we release the OC. We will still have a closing of the NA, and then after that coffee and leaving. So sad it's coming to an end. So we start with a closing speech by Tia.
For the OC, they have to do their stuff. Well, yeah. So, I was thinking about writing an actual speech for this and so on, but then I was thinking maybe I would just speak from my heart, so just ramble on about something. So basically, it has been a pleasure to be in an NA organized by an OC. Like really nice stuff, reminds me, of the good old times before COVID and so on, ESN-wise. I hope you have all had like really good time. You have met new people, new connections, had some networking time, met new friends even, and so on. And I really encourage all the sections to cooperate with each other and so on. Have events, have events for the whole ESN Finland, for example. We're a network here, and we have to stick together, and so on. So, yeah, I guess I announced NA closed.
Yeah, actually, I have to announce it officially closed as a main chair. So the NA is closed at 3:05. 5 past 3.
3 past 3. 15 is 3 o'clock.
5 past 3.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say the coffee break. Oh yeah, by the way, there's coffee being served in the basement if you want to hang out there. So, coffee in the basement. They know now.
Can I borrow you for a second? I wasn't quick enough to catch everyone's names, but I think